Hey everyone, and welcome back to my channel for a special episode of the Routes Learning series recorded within Train Simulator. After the success of my East Coast Mainline Edinburgh to London video back in 2018, for a while I've been wanting to do another video like that covering the entire length of another major British route. Considering the length of the East Coast Mainline video being just over 4.5 hours, I was actually very surprised at just how well received it was and the number of views and new subscribers it pulled into the channel. I always thought it was a bit crazy to do a video this long, but it was well requested that I cover the full East Coast Mainline, and so now for this episode I'm going to be driving a full run of the Great Western Railway route between Penzance in Cornwall in the far southwest of England and London Paddington station. In terms of distance, this journey is around 87 miles shorter than the East Coast Mainline video, but due to lower speed limits and more stops, it's likely to take slightly longer in terms of time. This service is timetabled to take 5 hours and 14 minutes, although with editing stops down in length I can probably shave that down to around 5 hours, which is around 20 minutes longer than the East Coast Mainline video. For this journey, I'm using a custom created scenario split into 3 parts using 3 different routes. The first part runs from Penzance to Plymouth using the Just Trains Cornish mainline. Between Plymouth and Exeter, we will be switching to the freeware Berks and Hants route, available from the Alan Thompson simulation website. And then finally from Exeter to London Paddington, we'll be switching to the freeware Paynton to Paddington merge, which is also available on the Alan Thompson simulation website. The Paynton to Paddington merge amalgamates the Berks and Hants route with the Just Trains Western Mainlines route, allowing a full continuous run between Paynton and London. I'll post the links in the video description as to where you can purchase or download the routes involved. We will be following the real-life timetable of Train 1 Alpha 80, which is the 8:15 AM Great Western Railway service from Penzance through to London Paddington on an autumn morning. Stops along the way will include Erth.Camborne, Redruth, Truro, Austell, Bodmin Parkway, Liskeard, Plymouth, Totnes, Newton Abbot, Exeter St David's, Tiverton Parkway, Taunton, Reading, and finally London Paddington. The total distance for this journey is just under 305 miles. The train that I'm driving for this journey is the Class 800 bi-mode multiple unit. Bi-mode means that they can run on either diesel or overhead electrification where it's available. We will be on diesel mode for the vast majority of this journey, changing over to electric mode at Newbury, just 17 miles out from Reading. The Class 800s have been in service since 2017 and were manufactured by Hitachi at Kasado Works in Japan and Newton Aycliffe here in the UK. I'm driving the 9-coach Class 800/3 subclass, which has a total of 650 seats, 70 in first class and 580 in standard class. Of course, the seats on these trains are rather infamous and rather unaffectionately known as ironing boards due to how they look and also due to how hard and uncomfortable they are to sit on. The total weight for this unit is 438 tonnes. There are 5 engines on this 9-coach train, each rated at 750 horsepower for a maximum power output of 3,750 horsepower, though I believe that Great Western Railway have uprated the engines on these units to a slightly higher power output, though I'm not sure what that power output might be. The Class 800s have a maximum speed of 125 miles per hour, though it's not possible to reach that on diesel mode. There also won't be any sections of 125 mile per hour running on this journey until we reach Reading, with the fastest speed limits when running under diesel mode being 110 miles per hour to the east of Westbury between Taunton and Reading. I've now jumped into the cab of the Class 800 to quickly set up the train here ready for departure. So let's just move to the left of the cab here and you can see the power controller. Next to that we've got the master key and the reversing switch. So I'm going to press Shift and W to activate the master key, and now that I've done that I'm going to move the reversing switch into the neutral position, and then I'm going to have to reset the passenger alarm by pressing F and then the AWS self-test sequence by pressing Q.
GWR and AWR operational.
Okay, now that I've done that, the next thing I'm going to do is set the headlights correctly. So I need to press Shift and H 4 times to move it to the dimmed position. And so now the headlights are set up correctly for this journey. I'm going to check the signal ahead. I can see it's green, so I'm going to turn off the driver reminder appliance in front of us there. Now let's just quickly talk about the controls. So here we've got the combined traction and brake controller, or combined power handle as it's also known. So if you move that to the neutral position, we're now not braking or accelerating. If you pull it away from the neutral position towards you, you're then powering up. Now you can see there's some notches marked there, marked notches 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now these notches on the Class 800, according to some research that I did, and I got some help from somebody else in the community just to confirm this, is actually just a guide rather than fixed notches. So you don't just pull it up to notch 1, 2, 3 and 4 with just 4 positions in power. You can actually smoothly control it. I can't actually move it away from the neutral position at the minute because the reversing handle is in the neutral position. But yeah, so you can make fine control adjustments with the A and the D keys without having to just rely on 25, 50, 75 and 100% of power. Generally I'll start the train moving in a low power and gradually bring us up towards full power as we're getting towards 15 to 20 miles per hour. Going in the opposite direction, we have the brake control, which is not notched at all other than the minimum and maximum settings. So you've got the minimum notch, and then you can finely control the brake force, and then you go up to the maximum setting, and then beyond maximum, of course, there is the final setting, which is emergency, and that's just set off the alarm once again. So just remember, with that alarm, press F to reset it. Now just up here we've got the speedometer, which is measured in miles per hour, and the dots on the outside of the speedometer are to do with the automatic train protection system, which is used on Great Western Railway on all 125 mile per hour sections of route, though it has not been simulated on the Class 800 within Train Simulator, certainly not with the Armstrong Powerhouse pack, which is of course what I'm using on this train. Now if we go up here, we've got the brake gauges. So to the left you've got there's a gauge there you can see with 2 needles, a yellow and a red needle. The red needle is the brake cylinder pressure gauge, so the higher that is pointing, then the harder the brakes are applied, and when the brakes are fully released, then that needle is pointing to 0. And then to the right of that we've got the braking percentage gauge. Now when driving in trains with a braking percentage gauge, I tend to rely on that rather than the brake gauge to see how hard I'm braking. So generally I aim for around 40% braking. There might be a couple of points where I have to go a bit higher than that, for example slowing down for a signal from an adverse signal from high speed, or when we're going on a downward gradient, a steep downward gradient, so you have to use a bit more brake force. And of course if I've messed up somewhere and I'm not slowing down quite quickly enough. Now of course I do actually record these introductions after I've recorded the main video, just in case there's anything that I need to add at this point. So yeah, I did make a couple of mistakes on the drive through this journey, where I entered a couple of speed zones at 2-3 miles per hour above the posted speed limit. Unfortunately, that would probably get me tea and biscuits with the manager in real life. Alas, I didn't see it as game breaking, otherwise I would have restarted and re-recorded that section. Now in front of us here we've got the speed set control, which actually in real life, according to Armstrong Powerhouse, is on this screen to the right, but they've moved it in the middle so that we can read it more easily. So to control the speed set we use the full stop and the comma keys. I'm just going to set it to 15 miles per hour here, as that is the current speed limit at Penzance station. And then to activate it you press the control and full stop key. Now something I should mention about the speed set is that when running under diesel mode, you can get up to a certain speed and it will stop you from going above that speed if you're on a level or upward gradient. However, it doesn't have the ability to control the brakes, so if you're on a downward gradient it won't hold the speed, and you still need to manually control the brakes yourself to be able to ensure that you don't have an overspeed on a downward gradient. And with the gradients on this route travelling through Devon and Cornwall, there's certainly going to be a lot of points where I have to use the brakes to control the speed when driving along. Once we're in electric mode, however, then the speed set can utilise the braking, and so it will hold your speed even on a downward gradient. And you could also technically use it to slow down, though I don't really like doing that, and I'm not sure that's what you do in real life. But if it's say a small speed change, maybe 5 miles per hour, I'll happily just drop the speed set by 5, just to use that to slow the train down. But if it was greater than that, then I would brake down to the new speed limit myself and then adjust the speed set to ensure that we don't break the new speed limit. Now, continuing around the cab here, we've got the horn control, which is a 2-toned horn, controllable with the space bar and the B key. The radio system hasn't been simulated with the Armstrong Powerhouse pack for the Class 800s, and so now we've had a look at the train and we've had a look at the basic controls. Let's just take another look outside and depart and head out on our journey towards London Paddington. As we depart away from Penzance, the speed limit here is 15 miles per hour, with around 5.5 miles to go to our first stop, which is St Erth. We're now passing a 70 mile per hour speed post for an increase in the speed limit, but of course this is quite a long train, so we're going to have to wait a little while until we're able to accelerate. We're just reaching a small underbridge here. You can just see the wall for it on the left and the change in the wall on the right there. And so just after we've passed this bridge, I can now start accelerating up towards 70 miles per hour. Oh, bit of wheel slip there. You can see the sander light was just flashing on and off for a moment. Still getting some wheel slip, so I'll just pull the power back a little bit. Along here, you're now really going to see just how much like a slug this train accelerates on diesel mode. I would say that the HST definitely appears to have better acceleration. We're now passing Long Rock Depot on the left-hand side. So we've been on quite a long single track section there. We're now on a double track section, and the speed limit is increasing to 75 miles per hour. At the upcoming overbridge, we've got around 3 miles to go to St Erth, and the gradient's going to be changing to an up 1 in 103 grade just after. This is certainly a very hilly route as far as Exeter, so we're going to be going up and down quite a number of hills, and you'll see just how much that affects the acceleration and the ability of this train to hold its hold the speed limit. At the phone or radio mast that's just coming up, we've got around 2 miles to go. Just after this left-hand curve, the gradient's going to level out, so I'm going to cut the power just to ensure that we don't have an overspeed, especially as there's going to be a down gradient coming up very shortly. At this signal here, we've got just over 1 1/4 miles to go. Now starting on quite a steep downgrade towards St Erth station, which will affect our braking, and I'm going to apply the brakes just before we reach the overbridge that's just coming up. We might be slowing down a little bit too quickly, so I've just cut the braking back for a moment. You can now see the platform at St Erth station coming up just ahead. The gradient will level out just before we enter the platform here, and we need to stop at the 5/10 car stop sign, which is just before the signal near the end of the platform. Like many of the platforms along this route, the entire train won't fit in. I think it's something like the rear 3 coaches will still be stuck outside the platform. You can just see the stop marker just on the left there. Might have slightly overshot it, but that's okay, as long as we don't overshoot the signal. So we're stopped in roughly the right place. As we depart away from St Erth, the speed limit is still 75 miles per hour, with around 7.5 miles to go to the next stop, which is Camborne. And diverging away from us to the left there is the line towards St Ives. There's a short steep down 1 in 71 grade just after departing away from St Erth station, so that's going to help with our acceleration at this point. At the overbridge just coming up, we've got just over 3/4 of a mile to go to an upcoming 45 mile per hour speed limit. So I'm going to accelerate up to 60 miles per hour, and then I'm going to cut the power back to allow the train to coast. That's a warning there for the upcoming 45 speed limit. So I'm going to apply the brakes now shortly after entering this right-hand curve. The 45 speed limit comes into force at the end of this curve. We might be slowing down slightly too early, in fact, so I'm just going to cut the braking back for a moment. And now let's just reapply as we're reaching the end of the curve here. I'll just change the speed set down to 45 for a moment and give us a bit of power just to ensure that we don't lose too much speed along here. We're now coming up on Hale Station, and the speed limit goes up to 60 miles per hour just before the platform. Now got a long up 1 in 76 grade after passing through Hale Station, so that will of course significantly affect our acceleration and our ability to get up to 60 miles per hour. At this viaduct that we're crossing just here, the gradient has levelled out just temporarily, so I'm just going to cut the power back for a moment just to help the engine run down a little bit, as sometimes you can end up accidentally overspeeding as the engine's running down, as it takes a while with the speed set. And now immediately after crossing the viaduct, we're back on an upgrade once again. At this overbridge just here, we've got around 1.5 miles to go to an upcoming 50 mile per hour speed limit. So just reached the warning for the upcoming 50 limit. I've shut off the power and the train will begin to lose speed on the upgrade, which has shallowed a bit to up 1 in 149. There's now going to be a gradient change to a downgrade 1 in 172, and I'm going to now apply the brakes lightly for the upcoming 50 speed limit. Could have braked slightly later than that, in fact, but we're now coming up on that 50 speed post and passing the site of a closed station, which I forgot to look up before recording this bit, but I will caption it in the video afterwards so that you can see the name of the station and what year it closed. At this point, I'm just allowing the train to coast at 50 miles per hour. The speed limit's now increasing back up to 60 miles per hour once again. At the closed station, just to mention, we had around 2.5 miles to go. And along here the gradient's changing once again to an upgrade of up 1 in 67. Another very steep grade. In fact, you can see that gradient change coming up just ahead of us. At the viaduct that we just crossed, we had just over a mile to go. The gradient's now going to steepen to up 1 in 51, and the train will begin to lose speed along here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to idle the power at the next signal, and then I'm going to apply the brakes for our stop at the next overbridge. The upgrade along here is significantly helping with the braking, so when coming towards Camborne station you can brake a bit later than perhaps you normally would. You can now see the platform coming up just ahead and the gradient levels just before the platform here. Here at Camborne we want to stop at the end of the platform. And we should now be stopping in just about the right place. As we depart away from Camborne, the speed limit here is 60 miles per hour with just over 3.5 miles to go to the next stop, which is Redruth. speed limit's now increasing further to 70 miles per hour. As we reach this footbridge, I'm now going to idle the power and just allow the train to coast. We've got around a mile to go to an upcoming 40 mile per hour speed limit. I actually think I got the wrong bridge there, as this 40 warning is 3/4 of a mile from the limit. So at the footbridge there, we were closer to a mile and a quarter to a mile and a half from the limit. I'm now going to apply the brakes at this small crossing just before the overbridge that you can see coming up to slow us down in time for the upcoming 40 limit. So now down to 40 miles per hour in time. As we pass the 40 mile per hour speed post here, we've got around a third of a mile to go. I'm going to apply the brakes once again just as we start to cross this viaduct here. Here at Redruth station, we want to stop at the 5 and 10 car stop sign, which is near the end of the platform. I don't know why I said 5 and 10 car stop sign, it's actually the 9 and 10 car stop sign. In fact, yeah, I see it says 5 and 10 on the sign itself, but we just had a 5 car stop sign a little bit further back along the platform, so it's not quite correct. I think that's meant to say 9 and 10, but we should now be stopped in just about the right place. As we departed away from Redruth, the speed limit was 40 miles per hour, though we've just passed a 70 mile per hour speed post, and at this point we've got around 9 miles to go to the next stop, which is Truro. At the end of this long right curve, we're going to start on a downward gradient, so I'm going to cut the power off at just below 70 miles per hour and then use the brakes to control the speed to ensure that we don't break the speed limit. So I've now shut off the power, and as we reach 70 I'll brake down to around 67 and then release the brakes, and just keep doing that for now to maintain us as close to 70 as I can. In fact, it's quite a short downgrade, as at the rear of the post, we've just passed a post on the opposite track. The gradient has now levelled out, in fact, so I can just give us a bit of power at this point. And the gradient is now changing at the bridge that we just crossed to an up 1 in 100 grade. We're now passing a warning for an upcoming 55 speed limit, which is around 3/4 of a mile from the limit itself. And we're now on a down 1 in 70 grade, so I've just applied the brakes to ensure we don't break the speed limit. I'm just going to keep braking lightly to slow us down for the upcoming 55 limit. I'm going to slow us down to around 52 miles per hour here, and now release the brakes as we're still on the downgrade, so the train will coast back up to 55. Whilst the speed set won't make any difference on this downward grade, I like to reduce the speed set even if you want to downgrade, just as a reminder of what the speed limit is. But of course, when the grade levels or changes to an upgrade, then it will become useful once again. Now passing the site of a closed station with around 5 1/4 miles to go. Just after passing the closed station there, which again I will caption in by the way, the speed limit's now going up to 60 miles per hour, and we're on a steep upward grade of 1 in 71. The gradient's now changing to down 1 in 80 at the overbridge just after the left curve there. So I've now cut the power back to idle, and once again I will use the brakes to control the speed. We're now passing a signal, and at the second signal coming up, so I believe this one is actually a distance signal, so at the second signal, which would be the home signal, then the gradient is going to level out, and I'm just going to allow the train to coast at that point. And at the second signal, we've got around a mile to go to Truro. We're now coming up on that second signal, and the gradient is now levelling out. The next landmark will be a warning for an upcoming 30 mph speed limit, which is around 2/3 of a mile from the limit itself and 3/4 of a mile from our stop. So the 30 limit does come into force just before Truro station, and we're now passing the 30 warning just here. The branch from Falmouth now joins us on the right hand side, and just as we end that curve I'm going to apply the brakes. There's also another quite steep downgrade just here as we head towards Truro station. And we're now passing that 30 mph speed post immediately before entering the platform. I will drop the speed set now to 30 just as a reminder that is the speed limit on departure, though the speed limit will soon increase once we've departed away from Truro station. So here at Truro I want to stop at the 5 and 10 car stop sign, which is by the bridge near the end of the platform. And we should now be stopping in just about the right place. As we departed away from Truro, the speed limit was 30 miles per hour, though we have just passed a 70 mile per hour speed post, and we can accelerate up towards 70 once we've reached the end of this viaduct just here. And at this point we've got around 14 miles to go to the next stop, which is St Austell. And we're now on an up 1 in 78 gradient, which is significantly affecting our acceleration. And we'll be on this grade for a couple of minutes until we reach a tunnel. And then as we reach the tunnel, the grade will be changing to a downgrade, which will certainly help us get up to line speed. As we enter this tunnel, the grade is going to change to down 1 in 82, so I'm going to once again idle the power at just below 70 miles per hour, probably around 66, 67, and then I will use the brakes to control the speed once again to ensure we don't break the speed limit. The gradient has now changed and it's now up 1 in 110. As we enter this tunnel here, the gradient is going to level out, so I'm going to cut the power back to idle. And then as we exit the tunnel, the gradient's going to change to down 1 in 65. We're now passing a warning for an upcoming 65 mile per hour speed limit, which is around half a mile from the limit itself. And I'm going to apply the brakes very lightly as we pass a phone or radio mast in a moment. Here's the mast, so I'll just make a very light brake application to bring us down to 65 and also change the speed set as well. As we're still on a downgrade, I'm slowing us to around 62 before releasing the brakes here. Say 62, I think I probably slowed us down to closer to 60. As the speed limit dropped to 65, we had around 10 miles to go, and the gradient has now actually levelled out here for a moment, so I am just going to give us a bit of power, just to bring us back up towards 65. gradient's actually now up 1 in 87. I missed the start of the gradient change there, but we are now on a 1 in 87 upgrade, which is why the train is struggling in full power to get back up to 65 miles per hour. At this sharp left curve with some houses that you can see just there, the gradient's now going to be changing to a downgrade of 1 in 93. So I've cut the power back and now I'm applying the brakes to ensure that we don't break the speed limit here. So I'm bringing us back down to 62 and then releasing the brakes. We'll soon be crossing quite a long viaduct, and the gradient will shallow out as we reach the viaduct, and then I'll apply power once again to maintain the speed. We're now crossing a second long viaduct, and at this point we've got around 5 miles to go. So we've been on an upward grade for a while here, but the train's nicely holding us at 65. We'll soon be coming up on the Burngallow sidings, and once we get there, the gradient will be levelling out. We're now passing Burngallow, so I'm going to at this point idle the power and allow the train to coast. At the next signal, we've got around 1.5 miles to go, and we're going to be on a downgrade of 1 in 105 shortly after that signal. So we're now on a downgrade of 1 in 105, and I will need to use the brakes once again to control the speed. Now crossing another viaduct, and at the next overbridge coming up, we've got around a mile to go. Going to apply the brakes in a moment. Just at this right hand curve here, and the downgrade along here will affect our braking, so I'm braking reasonably hard, hoping the speed will come off in time. I think I got the correct braking point. I was just looking at my notes and just trying to see how I could match them up to what I'm seeing visually in front of me. And just to say, if anybody is interested in getting the notes for this journey, please visit my Facebook page, PTG Rail, as I have put the complete notes up on there in 21 screenshots from my phone. I actually use my phone to make the notes, and it's my phone that I'm reading from as I'm going through the journey, both to prompt me to know what to say and where, but also to prompt me in terms of knowing what to do and how to drive. So here at St Austell Station, we need to stop at the 5 and 10 car stop sign near the end of the platform. And so we should now be stopping in just about the right place. Departing away from St Austell, the speed limit is still 65 miles per hour, with around 4.5 miles to go to the next stop, which is Par. The steep downgrade that we were on before we reached St Austell now continues after departure, so I'm going to shut off the power around 60-ish miles per hour and once again use the brakes to control the speed. At this signal just here, we've got around half a mile to go to an upcoming 60 mile per hour speed limit, and we're just about to pass the 60 warning here, which doesn't have an AWS on it. I'm not entirely sure that there would be a Morpeth board warning for just such a small change in the speed limit as 5 miles per hour, but I find it very helpful, so if it's there I'm going to use it, but in real life I don't think that post would actually be there. So I've slowed us down to just below 60, and we're now coming up on the 60 mile per hour speed post. We are still on the steep downward gradient, so I am still having to use the brakes to control the speed, though the gradient will be changing to an up 1 in 105 grade just before the next signal. So the grade's now changed to up 1 in 105, and we've got around a mile to go at this signal. So we've just got a Morpeth board warning for a speed limit that comes into force after the stop of 55 miles per hour, and at the AWS for that warning is the braking point for Par Station. Might be coming a little bit on the hot side, so I've increased the braking a little bit harder than perhaps I normally would, but I want to make sure that we do stop here. I'm here at Par Station. We just want to stop at the end of the platform. And so we should now be stopped in just about the right place. As we depart away from Par, the speed limit is 60 miles per hour, though immediately dropping to 55 for a very short distance, with around 7 3/4 miles to go to the next stop, which is Bodmin Parkway. So we just passed the 55 speed post, and now the speed limit's going up to 60. Once again, and then in a short distance the speed limit will be further increasing to 65 miles per hour. And we've just passed the 65 mile per hour speed post there, and the gradient's now changing to an up 1 in 85 grade, which will significantly affect our acceleration. We're now passing a warning for an upcoming 55 mile per hour speed limit, which is around a mile from the limit itself. I'm going to idle the power at the upcoming signal, as the gradient is about to change to a downgrade of 1 in 85 as we enter this tunnel just here. I will apply the brakes for the upcoming 55 limit as I see the next signal coming up ahead, with the 55 limit coming into force at the signal itself. Can now see the signal coming up ahead, so I've got the brakes on quite lightly. I'm going to change the speed set down to 55. Probably brakes slightly too early if I'm honest, but at least we're definitely down to 55 in time. We are still on a downgrade here, so I'm now going to have to use the brakes to control the speed once again. At this signal just here, we've got around a mile to go to an upcoming 45 mile per hour speed limit. We're now passing, well, the warning for the upcoming 45 limit. Well, I think I might have slipped up to about 56 there briefly. So yeah, we've just passed the warning for the upcoming 45 limit, and I'm going to brake lightly for that limit and just past the next signal. Now coming up on Lostwithiel station, if I can remember how to pronounce that correctly. Something like Lostwithiel, Lostwithiel. I think the T is silent if I remember correctly. So the speed limit dropped to 45 immediately before entering the platform, but it's now increasing back up to 60 miles per hour. And at Lostwithiel, we had around 3.5 miles to go. Speed limit's now further increasing to 65 miles per hour, with just over 2 miles to go. Now coming up on this short tunnel, there's a short downgrade just after. So I just wanted to idle the power for a moment just to ensure that we don't end up breaking the speed limit. And then the gradient's going to change to an up 1 in 65 grade, which will of course significantly affect our ability to maintain speed in this particular train. I swear these are underpowered. At this overbridge here, we've got just under a mile to go. We're now passing a 50 mile per hour speed warning, half a mile from the limit itself and just under 3/4 of a mile from our stop. I've just idled the power as we crossed that bridge there, and I'm going to apply the brakes shortly after entering this right hand curve. The upward gradient along here will significantly help with the braking, so I'm not going to brake too hard initially. I increased the braking as I wasn't sure we were slowing down quite quick enough. The speed limit's now dropping to 50 miles per hour, and here at Bodmin Parkway station we want to stop at the end of the platform. And so we should now be stopped in just about the right place. As we departed away from Bodmin Parkway, the speed limit was 50 miles per hour, though we've just passed a 60 mile per hour speed post, so I've dropped the speed set now down to 60, and we've got around 9 miles to go to the next stop, which is Liskeard. After departing away from Bodmin, we're also now on an up 1 in 87 grade, which will significantly affect our acceleration. We had a short level grade for a moment there, so I cut the power back just to ensure we didn't have an overspeed, and now we're on an upgrade once again. What I'm looking out for along here now is a warning for an upcoming 55 mile per hour speed limit, which doesn't have an AWS ramp next to it. And that warning is around half a mile from the limit itself. So what I will do is I will cut the speed set down to 55, and because of the upgrade that we're on, the train will then just coast down to 55. So whilst the speed set isn't actively slowing the train, it's just allowing the gradient to slow the train. In fact, we've just passed that 55 warning now. So I've cut the speed set to 55, the engine will spool down, and we're just going to coast down to 55, and then the engine will spool up again to hold us at around 55 miles per hour. Probably slowed down a little bit too soon, in fact, there. But as I always say in my videos, it's better to slow down too early than too late. And the speed limit is now 55 miles per hour, with around 6 1/4 miles to go. now starting on a single track section which is about a mile or two long, and then we'll be back to double track once again. Double track has now resumed, and at this point we've got around 4.5 miles to go. The speed limit is now increasing back up to 60 miles per hour. There's now a very visible grade change here, and we're changing to a down 1 in 53 gradient. So I'm now idling the power, and we're going to have to once again use the brakes to control the speed. At this tunnel-like overbridge just here, the gradient's changing to 1 in 67 for a short distance, up 1 in 67 for a short distance. So I'm just going to apply some power now, and at the next left-hand curve I'm going to idle the power once again, as the gradient is going to change to down 1 in 68. Power's now in idle once again as we're back on a downgrade. As I mentioned, another steep one, 1 in 68. So once again using the brakes to control the speed along here. What I'm looking out for now is a warning for an upcoming 55 mile per hour speed limit, which is around half a mile from the limit itself. So we're now passing the 55 warning. I'm going to apply the brakes lightly at the next left-hand curve to bring us down to 55 in time. Speed limit is now 55 and the gradient here is levelling out. At this point we've got just over 3/4 of a mile to go. We're crossing this very long viaduct here, and then the speed limit's going back up to 60 miles per hour with just over half a mile to go, and the gradient's about to change to an upgrade of 1 in 59. So I'm just going to coast and allow the train to lose the speed on this upgrade here due to our proximity to Liskeard station. I'm going to apply the brakes in a moment shortly after this signal. The gradient is levelling out just before Liskeard station here, and once again we need to stop at the end of the platform just before the signal. We should now be stopping in just about the right place. Departing away from Liskeard, the speed limit here is 60 miles per hour with around 17 3/4 miles to go to the next stop, which is Plymouth. And now idling the power at this point due to a downgrade that's just coming up here of 1 in 74. So once again back to using the brakes to controlling the speed. Just realised I said to controlling the speed. I know you know what I meant, but I'm a bit, I don't know what the word is, pedantic, shall we say, about my use of language at times. But yeah, it's to control the speed. now coming up on Meneniot Station with around 14.5 miles to go. As we pass through Meneniot Station, the gradient levelled out, and so I'm just going to give us a bit of power at this point to ensure that we don't lose too much speed. Along here we need to keep an eye out for some small gradient changes up and down, and I need to try and adjust the power handle just to match that, so hopefully I won't end up breaking the speed limit or losing too much speed along here. And then as we reach the AWS for the next signal, well, just before that AWS ramp, the gradient is going to change to a downgrade of 1 in 68. So we're now on a 1 in 68 downgrade, and I'm going to need to use the brakes once again to control the speed. What I'm looking out for along here now is a warning for an upcoming 50 mph speed limit, which doesn't have an AWS ramp next to the Morpeth board. And that warning is around half a mile from the 50 limit itself. bypassing that warning now. I'm going to apply the brakes lightly as the next signal comes into view. The 50 limit comes into force just after that signal. Now see the signal ahead, so I've got the brakes on to bring our speed down. We're now down to 50 miles per hour, and we're now coming up on St Germans Station with around 9 1/4 miles to go, and the gradient levelled as we got to the platform here. The speed limit is now increasing up to 70 miles per hour. We can accelerate in a moment at the start of this viaduct just coming up. At the short tunnel just coming up, we've got around 7 1/4 miles to go. This signal at the start of this viaduct here is around a mile from an upcoming 45 limit. Now there will be a warning for that 45 limit, but it's so close to the limit that you can't really slow down comfortably in time, so I'm going to apply the brakes a little bit earlier than the warning post. I'm now idling the power at the overbridge just there, and I'm going to apply the brakes at this phone or radio mast on the right hand side here. Just realised that warning's actually for an upcoming 15 mile per hour speed limit rather than the 45, and that's probably why I wasn't slowing down quick enough in the practice runs. We're now down to 45 miles per hour. I'm just going to cut the speed set back. The grade is now up 1 in 64, so I'm giving us a bit of power so we don't lose too much speed here. I'm going to start applying the brakes for the upcoming 15 limit on this next viaduct just coming up. The 15 limit comes into force just after we've passed through Saltash Station, which is coming up in a moment. And then after we've passed through Saltash, we're going to be crossing the Royal Albert Bridge, which goes across the River Tamar, was opened in 1859 and designed by that great Victorian engineer Isambard Kingdom Brunel. I need to take note here that we also have a single yellow signal, so I do have to drive with caution until I can see what aspect the next signal is displaying, which comes up after we've crossed the bridge and a little bit further along. I'm now going to cut the speed set down to 15 to ensure that we don't break the upcoming 15 limit, and you can see the 15 speed post coming up just here. Now that we've crossed the Albert Bridge, the speed limit is going up to 50 miles per hour, and we can start accelerating towards that at the next left-hand curve, but I still have to bear in mind that we had a single yellow signal before the bridge, so I'm not going to accelerate too much, probably to around 30 or 35, so that I can drive by sight and stop for a red signal if necessary. We're now on a down 1 in 105 grade, so the train will continue to accelerate even when we're coasting in idle, so I've just idled the power now until we can see the next signal. And the repeater there shows the signal is clear, and you can see it's displaying a yellow aspect. So I'm going to accelerate a little bit now but still not too much because we're on yellow signals here. We're now passing St Bordeaux Ferry Road. St Bordeaux Victoria Road is just to our left on the Tamar Valley line, and at this point we've got around 3 miles to go. At this upcoming long girder bridge, we've got around half a mile to go to the next signal once we reach the end of the bridge. We're now coming up on Keyham Station with around 3/4 of a mile to go to an upcoming 40 mph speed limit, around 2¼ miles to go to Plymouth Station, and the signal is shortly after Keyham Station. The gradient's also changing at this point to up 1 in 69. I can now see that the next signal is showing a yellow aspect, so we can start accelerating once again. We're now coming up on Dockyard Station with around 1/4 of a mile to go to the upcoming 40 mph speed limit, half a mile to go to the next signal, and 1 3/4 miles to go to Plymouth. I've just idled the power to allow the train to coast. I've set the speed set at 40 and we're still on an upward gradient, so we are losing speed, and the repeater here just before the tunnel shows that the next signal is currently at danger, so I've got the brakes on to slow us down for that signal now. The gradient is now down 1 in 100, so of course that is affecting our braking, and we're now passing through Devonport Station with around 1 1/4 miles to go to Plymouth. So we're now on a yellow signal once again, and so we can accelerate a little bit. We're now coming up on a warning for an upcoming 25 mph speed limit, which is around 2/3 of a mile from the limit itself. At this point we've got 3/4 of a mile to go to the next signal. And now idling the power at around 35 due to the downgrade that we're on, and I will use the brakes to control the speed if necessary. I'm now applying the brakes for the upcoming 25 speed limit, just as we've entered this right hand curve after the overbridge there. I might be slowing down slightly too early, but I also am bearing in mind that we do have a potential red signal. No, I can see in fact our signal is now green, and we're just about to come up on that 25 speed post, so I've cut the speed set back now. The gradient has also now shallowed out, so I can give us a little bit of power to maintain the speed. We've got around half a mile to go now to Plymouth station. You can now see the platforms at Plymouth Station coming up just ahead. Here at Plymouth I want to stop at the final platform number sign before the end of the platform, and that should be roughly the correct place to stop, and that's where I've placed the train for starting the next scenario. So of course this is the first scenario changeover, which I'm going to edit to try and do this as seamlessly as possible as we continue on our journey towards London. And we should now be stopped in just about the right place. As we depart away from Plymouth, the speed limit here is 25 miles per hour, with around 23 miles to go to the next stop, which is Totnes. The speed limit is now increasing to 55 miles per hour, and we can accelerate just before the end of the upcoming tunnel. Just after this tunnel, the gradient's now changing to down 1 in 72, which will significantly help with our acceleration. The speed limit will soon be going up further to 60 miles per hour as well, but I'm going to reduce the power as we get to around 55 just to prevent an overspeed until the train is clear off the 60 mile per hour speed post. And now shutting off the power, and I'm going to use the brakes to control the speed along this section. The speed limit's now further increasing to 70 miles per hour, and we've got around 1¼ miles to go to an upcoming 60 mile per hour speed limit. We're now passing Lara Depot on the right hand side. Now that we've reached 70, I've shut off the power to allow the train to coast. I'm just going to use a little bit of braking for a moment to control the speed. The gradient is now levelling out. In a moment the tracks will be going down to 2 tracks, so I'm going to apply the brakes for the upcoming 60 limit as we see the signal ahead, which is just before the tracks go back to 2. Now see the signal, so I've got the brakes on to slow us down to 60 in time. The 60 limit comes into force shortly after the signal. Just realised I had the speed set at 75 there rather than 70, but I still ensured we didn't break the speed limit. Speed limit's now going up to 80 miles per hour. In a moment the gradient's going to be changing to a very steep up 1 in 42 gradient, and the train will definitively lose speed on this grade, so I think we're just starting on the grade now. The train's going to lose speed quite significantly as we climb this grade, and there will be a drop in the speed limit in a little while down to 60 miles per hour, but the train will already be below 60 by the time we reach that post due to this grade. The signal here before the power lines ahead cross the tracks. We've got around a mile to go to that upcoming 60 limit. Just past the warning for the upcoming 60 limit there, so the limit will be dropping to 60 very shortly. In fact, I'm going to drop the speed set now as it makes no difference whatsoever. Speed limit is now 60 miles per hour and the gradient has shallowed, so we are finally able to start accelerating and reach that line speed. At the viaduct that we just crossed, we had around 15 miles to go. As you can see, this is just a very long section of 60 mile per hour running. In fact, I don't think there's any speed changes, if I remember correctly, until pretty much Newton Abbot. There will be a speed change as we reach Totnes station, just for entering the platform, but other than that there's no real speed changes until much before Newton Abbot. And I have to say, 60 miles per hour in a train that can go more than double that does feel like a bit of a drag. We'll shortly be coming up on Ivy Bridge station with around 11.5 miles to go. At the viaduct that we just crossed, we had around 10 miles to go. So just past an overbridge there, and we've got these power lines going across the track. At this point we're going to have a short downward gradient, so I'm just bringing the power back now. I'm going to need to use the brakes to control the speed. And now at this underbridge, the gradient has shallowed once again, so I'm going to apply a bit of power now to ensure that we don't lose too much speed. At the crossover points just here, we've got around 7.5 miles to go. At this upcoming tunnel, the gradient's changing to down 1 in 131, so I'm going to idle the power and use the brakes if necessary to control the speed. At the tunnel exit, we've got around 5 miles to go. Now that we've exited the tunnel, the gradient is shallowing temporarily, and then it's going to change to a down 1 in 96 gradient. So we're now on the 1 in 96 downward gradient, and I'm using the brakes to control the speed. This gradient is going to steepen to down 1 in 45, and at that point you really do need to be keeping an eye on it, and in fact I'll slow us to 55 before releasing the brakes and allowing the train to coast back to 60 on such a steep downgrade. At this point, as we pass that factory or barn or whatever it is on the right hand side, the gradient is now dropping to as steep as 1 in 45. So I'm going to keep a very close eye on the speed to ensure that we don't break the speed limit. The next thing I'm looking out for along here now is going to be the next signal. At that point we've got around 2¼ miles to go. So we've just reached the signal. It's showing a green aspect with an adverse AWS. I think that's because it's acting as a distance signal, but it's not reflecting the home signal properly. That's warning us that we're going, well, the warning is ultimately that we're going to be turning off this track onto a side track at Totnes station. And so yeah, the speed limit's dropping to 25 miles per hour at the junction as we cross over to that side track. I'm going to apply the brakes quite hard as the next signal comes into view, in fact the moment it comes into view. And you need to use hard braking due to the very steep downward gradient that we're on to ensure that you can slow down in time. So the next signal's just come into view, and I'm now braking quite hard to ensure that I bring our speed down in time. Thought we might have been braking a little bit too hard, so I've just cut the braking back for a moment. I think we'll, well, I'm almost certain we'll be down to 25 in time for the 25 speed limit here. Speed set down to 25, just as a reminder. In fact, we've slowed down slightly too early there. Though if I release the brakes, the train will start to accelerate again. The gradient will level out just before we enter the platform here, and we're now passing the 25 speed post. Here at Totnes station, we want to stop at the end of the platform. If you stop at the 9 and 10 car stop sign, which is actually beyond the end of the platform, then Train Simulator won't register the stop, and as a result of that, well, yeah, it would show you a failed scenario if you were to drive this and do that. So just remember, if you are driving in a 9 or 10 car train, do not stop at the stop sign beyond the end of the platform. and we should now be stopping in just about the right place. Departing away from Totnes, the speed limit here is 25 miles per hour, though we've just passed a 60 mile per hour speed post, and we've got around 8 3/4 miles to go to the next stop, which is Newton Abbot. And we can start accelerating in a moment towards the 60 speed limit, just before the crossover points coming up just ahead. But I'm actually going to set the speed set to 55, as I remembered now. I know I mentioned earlier there's no speed changes until Newton Abbot, but actually there is a 55 speed limit coming up shortly, and we're around 3/4 of a mile from that limit at this point. We've just passed the warning for that 55 limit now. And we're now passing the 55 mile per hour speed post. As we cross under the power lines coming up just ahead, the gradient's changing to up 1 in 76, and we've also at that point then got around 5.5 miles to go to Newton Abbot. forgot that we actually run alongside the power lines for a little while. I thought they were crossing a bit sooner than they are, but we will be crossing under them shortly, and then we'll be crossing under them a second time very quickly after that. And so here we are at this point. We've got around 5.5 miles to go. Along here now, the gradient will be steepening to up 1 in 55, and then even steeper to up 1 in 43. We're now coming up on a tunnel. As we enter the tunnel, I'm going to shut off the power and allow the train to coast, as at the tunnel exit we're going to have a very steep downgrade of 1 in 36, which I think is something like a 3% grade, so that's incredibly steep, especially for a train. At the tunnel exit we had around 3 3/4 miles to go. At some point along here the grade is shallowing slightly to 1 in 49, but that's still a very steep downgrade, so it won't have much effect in terms of how I'm having to use the brakes. And as you can see just how steep the grade is, even with the braking there, the speed really isn't coming off very quickly at all. Speed limit is now increasing up to 60 miles per hour, so I'm just going to wait until we reach this next left-hand curve, change the speed set to 60, and now I'm going to just release the brakes and allow the train to coast up to 60 miles per hour. Just saw the track workers there. I wasn't quite ready for that. I always forget where they are. I know there's a few scattered around on this journey that have been put there by the route builders, but yeah, I always forget where they are and never remember to sound the horn in time. I think the gradient has now shallowed out quite a bit as we're not accelerating as quickly in idle. In fact, we don't appear to be accelerating at all now, so the gradient does level out as we approach the Riviera line, so the Riviera line will be joining us soon on the right hand side. And now the Riviera line has joined us. We've got just under a mile to go. At this point I'm just going to allow the train to coast, and I'm going to apply the brakes shortly before entering the next right hand curve. I applied the brakes there just as we'd crossed the points. You can now see Newton Abbot station coming up just ahead. Here at Newton Abbot we want to stop at the 9/10 car stop sign, which is not too far from the end of the platform, but it's not directly at the end. And you can now see that stop sign just coming up on the left hand side. So we should now be stopping in just about the right place. As we depart away from Newton Abbot, the speed limit here is 60 miles per hour, with just over 20 miles to go to the next stop, which is Exeter St David's. Speed limit's now increasing to the fastest speed limit we've had on this journey so far, which is 90 miles per hour, though I don't think we'll be able to get to 90 before we have to start slowing down again for another speed change. at this signal before the upcoming overbridge. We've got just over a mile to go to an upcoming 80 mile per hour speed limit, and around 1.5 miles to go to an upcoming 60 mile per hour speed limit. Now idling the power at 85 miles per hour, and I'll brake lightly approaching the next signal as the 80 limit comes into force at the signal itself. For some reason the AWS ramp for this signal seems to have been replaced by the AWS ramp for the Morpeth board warning of the upcoming 60 limit, so I'm just going to continue now to brake lightly to bring our speed down towards 60. In fact, I'm just going to increase the braking slightly as I want to ensure that I am down to 60 in time. I increased the braking significantly there. I think we might have entered the 60 zone at about 62. Basically, I shouldn't have released the brakes when we passed the 60 warning and the 80 speed post. So yeah, just bear that in mind. It's not the end of the world is all I'll say. It's not a massive break of the speed limit though. I'm sure I'd be having tea and biscuits with the manager in real life, even if it was just for the sake of a couple of miles an hour. We're shortly going to be coming up on Teignmouth station with around 15.5 miles to go. Sorry, correction, 15 miles to go. The speed limit's now increasing to 75 miles per hour, with just under a mile to go to an upcoming 60 mile per hour speed limit. Passing the warning for the upcoming 60 limit, so I'm just going to idle the power. So we've got people walking in the air there. Just going to brake lightly as we approach the next signal, as the 60 speed limit is at that signal. So the speed limit's now down to 60, and we're now going to go through a series of tunnels as we head towards Dawlish. We're now coming up on Dawlish station with just over 12 miles to go, and the speed limit will be increasing to 75 miles per hour immediately after the station. The speed limit is now 75 miles per hour. I've put the speed set at 70 as we're only 2/3 of a mile from an upcoming 70 mile per hour speed limit. The speed limit's now dropping to 70 and we're coming up on Dawlish Warren Station. The speed limit's now increasing to 80 miles per hour just before Dawlish Warren Station, with around 1.5 miles to go to an upcoming 75 mile per hour speed limit. We're now passing a warning for the upcoming 75 limit, so I'm just going to brake lightly now as we enter this next right-hand curve. We will now shortly be coming up on Starcross Station with around 8.5 miles to go. The speed limit's now further increasing to the highest speed limit we've encountered so far, which is 100 miles per hour, with around 7 miles to go to Exeter St David's. So we have a single yellow signal there. I'm immediately applying the brakes to ensure that we're slowing down in time for the following signal. I'm not sure exactly how far away that signal is. I did put a train in front of me here, but on the practice run I didn't get a yellow signal quite as early as this. I think I can see the following signal ahead, and I believe it's displaying a red aspect. That red has just jumped to a yellow, so I can now release the brakes and give us a bit of speed, but obviously not too much because we're now travelling under cautionary signals. At the upcoming signal, if we were doing the line speed, then we would have a mile to go to an upcoming 75 mile per hour speed limit. And the signal's just jumped to green, so I'm going to go up to full power for now, but I'm not going to accelerate above 75 due to the upcoming limit, so I'll just drop the speed set to 75 now to prevent any overspeeds. We're now passing a warning for the upcoming 75 limit, and if we were doing line speed then we would be braking at this point as we approach the next station we're about to pass through, which is a brand new station, which is Marsh Barton. I'm not sure if it's opened yet or it's supposed to open later this year or next year, but I'm glad to see that it's now been included on this route, on the Berks and Hants to Bristol and Penzance route. So as we pass through Marsh Barton station we had just over 2 miles to go. The speed limit is now 75 miles per hour, and now I'm looking out for a warning for an upcoming 45 mile per hour speed limit, which is around 3/4 of a mile from the limit itself. At this point I've just shut off the power to allow the train to coast. Once we've passed the 45 warning, we're then going to come up on Exeter St Thomas station, and at Exeter St Thomas I'm going to start applying the brakes for the upcoming 45 limit. So if this signal is displaying a single yellow aspect, then we are cleared into Exeter St David's station. I've brought our speed down to around 40. I'm just going to allow the train to coast at this point. We are now approaching Exeter. I'm just going to apply the brakes now just as we've crossed the river. Here at Exeter St David's I want to stop at the 8/9/10 car stop sign, not too far from the end of the platform. joining us on the from the right, just before the station here, was the route from Exeter Central, and this is the route used by trains from Exmouth or to Exmouth, and also for trains towards Salisbury and London. Sorry, no, I nearly said London Victoria and London Waterloo. We're just coming up on the 8, 9 and 10 car stop sign on the left hand side there. And so if we stop here, we should now be stopping in just about the right place. I'm going to change to the third and final scenario for this journey, hopefully with a seamless edit once again. Departing away from Exeter St David's, the speed limit is still 45 miles per hour, though very quickly going up to 65 miles per hour just here, with around 16.5 miles to go to the next stop, which is Tiverton Parkway. Just realised I hadn't increased the speed set. I'll get my words right in a minute. I hadn't increased the speed set to 65 yet. At this junction just here, the route towards Barnstaple and Oakhampton diverges to the left, and the speed limit's now increasing to 80 miles per hour. The speed limit's now further increasing to 100 miles per hour, and 100 will be the highest speed limit on this journey until we've reached Westbury, which is about halfway between Taunton and Reading. the taller whistle post that we've just passed. It stands out because it's taller than usual. We've got around 10 miles to go. At some point along here, the gradient's going to change to up 1 in 155, which, whilst not a particularly steep gradient, in this particular train, we won't be able to maintain 100 miles per hour, and the train will start to lose speed. We must now be on the upward gradient, as I noticed that we have dropped a little away from 100 miles per hour. Coming up not too far from now is going to be Tiverton loops. At the start of those loops, we've got just over 2 miles to go. just coming up on the loops now. The gradient is levelling out and we're about to pass the site of another closed station. At this point I'm going to shut off the power and allow the train to coast. See, there's a large road sign there on the right hand side. I'm going to apply the brakes now just before the AWS ramp there on the opposite track. We're slowing down slightly too much there. I could have probably braked a few seconds later, but you can now see Tiverton Parkway coming up just ahead. And here at Tiverton Parkway we want to stop at the 9/10 car stop sign at the end of the platform. We should now be stopping in just about the right place. Departing away from Tiverton Parkway, the speed limit here is still 100 miles per hour, with around 14¼ miles to go to the next stop, which is Taunton. You can now see just ahead there's going to be a gradient change, and the gradient's going to be changing to up 1 in 115, which is going to affect our acceleration. As you can see, we're accelerating extremely sluggishly on this upward gradient, only now just about reaching 75 miles per hour. But as we reach the tunnel that's coming up in a moment, we've got around 10 miles to go at the tunnel exit, and the gradient's changing to down 1 in 127. The down 1 in 127 gradient is going to steepen to as steep as down 1 in 80, so I'm going to shut off the power at around 95 miles per hour and allow the train to coast, and then control the speed with the brakes as required. The gradient has now levelled out, so I'm giving us a bit of power here to ensure we don't lose too much speed. And at this industrial area with the lorries right here, we've got around 7 miles to go. The upcoming signal, you can already see it's flashing. We're going to have a flashing double yellow aspect. This is warning us that we're going to be turning off the main track to a side track just before Taunton station. At this point, we've got around 2 3/4 miles to go, and I'm just going to idle the power from now and allow the train to coast. We're now passing Norton Fitzwarren, and we've just passed the flashing single yellow signal, with around 1 1/4 miles to go to the next signal, and 1 3/4 miles to go to the actual speed limit it's warning for, which is a drop in the speed limit down to 50 miles per hour. As I can now see the next signal coming up, I've got the brakes on to start slowing down for that 50 limit. At this point we've got around 1/2 mile to go to the speed change. Just realised we're a bit closer than I thought, and we got down to 50 just in time, so I should have braked a little bit harder or a little bit earlier than I did. And now you can see the platform at Taunton station coming up just ahead. The speed limit's gone up to 60 miles per hour immediately as we enter the platform here. See, I think I entered that 50 zone at about 52, I think, something like that. It's my second mistake on this journey, again for about 2 miles an hour over the speed limit, but it's a lot to take in when you're driving a journey of this length, and I am recording all of this in one day, although I am taking breaks at some of the stops and so on. Yes, I am recording this entire journey in one day. So here at Taunton, I want to stop at the 8/9/10 car stop sign, coming up just ahead at the end of the platform roof. So we should now be stopped in just about the right place. As we depart away from Taunton, the speed limit is still 60 miles per hour, as it dropped to 60 just before entering the platform here, with just under 107 miles to go to the next stop at Reading. Of course, that's the longest gap between any two stops on this journey by far, and I think it might be the longest gap between any two stops on any journey that I've done on this channel. It should take around an hour and 15 to an hour and 20 minutes to cover that 107 miles. I've left the speed set at 100 miles per hour, as the speed limit will be going up to 100 as soon as we've rejoined the main line again and the tracks drop from 4 back to 2. With such a long distance between two stops, I really hope that I don't mess up at this point. If I do, I've got a very long way to go back to fix things. I will have to reload the scenario from Taunton and hope that the scenario will work, because some scenarios, once you've saved them and you reload them, they're broken, so you actually have to restart the entire scenario from the beginning. That has happened on a couple of my videos in the past, and it's very infuriating, especially if you've got a long scenario. So the speed limit's now 100 miles per hour once again. this upcoming signal with a feather indicator, we've got around a third of a mile to go to an upcoming 90 mile per hour speed limit. So I've just idled the power and now I'm braking lightly to ensure that we are down to 90 in time. We're now crossing Coglow Junction, where we turn away from the Bristol to Exeter line. So if you went straight on there, you'd be heading towards Bristol. I'm just allowing the train to coast here at 90 miles per hour, as in a moment the speed limit's going back up to 100 once again. We've now just passed the 100 mile per hour speed post. Back into full power now to accelerate up towards 100. We've now got a long stretch of track that's devoid of many landmarks, but there's also very few speed changes. In fact, there's no speed changes for another 20 miles or so now, so we can just comfortably cruise along at around 100 miles per hour. Just to mention at this point, there are some other long videos that I would love to do on this channel. I have not forgotten the Marias Pass run. I know that I promised this years ago, and I never got round to it for various reasons. Well, I almost got round to it, and then something went wrong with the scenario, and I gave up for quite a long time. But I am still interested in doing that. As far as British journeys go, I would love to do the journey from Mallaig down to Glasgow Central. Sorry, not Glasgow Central, Glasgow Queen Street. And that's a route that I'm hoping to do at some point. And another one that I'm hoping to do at some point is the West Coast Main Line from Glasgow Central down to London Euston. I've also not forgotten Train Sim World. I know that I did mention a while ago that I wanted to start focusing on some Train Sim World videos for a few videos in a row. But at the end of the day, it ended up that I got caught up in this project, and I really wanted to get it done because it takes a lot of work to put one of these super long videos together. And due to the popularity of the East Coast Main Line one, I thought that it would be great to put up a video that should hopefully prove quite popular and bring in quite a lot of views and quite a few new subscribers. At this girder bridge that we're now about to cross, we've got around 94.5 miles to go. At this tunnel, we've got around 91 miles to go. We're now rounding a long sweeping right curve, which will be followed by a long sweeping left-hand curve, and then after that at the next signal, which appears to have a missing AWS ramp, we've got around 1.5 miles to go to an upcoming 90 mile per hour speed limit. As you can see, this is an incredibly long signal section, so if you were following another train, you'd be waiting quite some time at the red signal at the start of this section until the section was clear. So we've now reached the signal with the missing AWS, which marks 1.5 miles from an upcoming 90 limit. I'm going to apply the brakes as we, as the next signal comes into view. I'm just going to brake lightly. I'll correct that. Not as the next signal comes into view, I was just looking at my notes. It's actually as we cross the AWS ramp for the next signal, so that one does have an AWS ramp. I'll brake lightly at that point to slow us down to 90 in time. We're not going to be at 90 for very long until the speed limit goes back up to 100, so I'm not going to touch the speed set in this case. I'm just going to coast at 90 and then go straight back up to full power as soon as we're clear back up to 100 again. So we're now down to 90, just in time for the 90 speed post there, and we're shortly coming up on Castle Carey Station with around 79.5 miles to go. Speed limit's now increasing once again back to 100 miles per hour. The gradient along here is going to change to up 1 in 98 for a short distance, so the train will lose speed at that point. At this point we're going to struggle to get up to 100 because of that gradient. See, we are now losing speed, so we must be on the 1 in 93 upward gradient. Not too far from now, we're going to be passing through Bruton Station. We're now passing Bruton with half a mile to go to an upcoming 90 mile per hour speed limit and 76 miles to go. So I've just shut off the power. The gradient did level out before Bruton, and now it's changing once again to up 1 in 93, so the train will lose speed in time for the 90 speed post. We just passed the 90 speed post there. I'm going to go into full power now with the speed set at 90. As you can see, the train is continuing to lose speed on this upgrade, but it's not too far now until the gradient shallows once again. The speed limit's now increasing once again to 100 miles per hour. So at the 100 mile per hour speed post, the grade levelled for a short distance, and now it's going to get even steeper, up 1 in 81. And now the gradient has levelled out once again, so now we should be able to start gathering speed back up towards the 100 mile per hour line speed. Just cut the power back as we're about to enter a short downgrade, and I want to ensure that we don't have an overspeed along here, and I will use the brakes to control the speed if necessary. I think the gradient might have levelled out again already as we were losing speed with the power and idle, so I've just gone back up to full power once again. I believe we're on another downgrade here, just a short one, so I've just cut the power back for a moment. In fact, we weren't losing speed, we were probably gaining some slightly, but I think the gradient has now just leveled out once again. At this junction just here, diverging left, is the route to Frome Station, which will rejoin us in a couple of miles. It's a bit like the Western-super-Mare loop on the Bristol to Exeter route, so it just loops away, goes through Frome Station, and then rejoins this line once again. Crossing the junction onto the Westbury avoiding line. So if you diverge left, you'd head to Westbury Station. So it's quite a major junction station in this part of the country. And this is the avoiding line to completely avoid the low speed limits as you pass through Westbury. At the next signal, we've got around 1.5 miles to go to an upcoming 90 mph speed limit. passing the warning for the upcoming 90 limit there, and now braking lightly to bring our speed down in time. I'm not going to change the speed set down, but I'm actually going to change it up to 110 as we're about to reach 110 mile per hour speed limit. So we're just past the 90 post there, and now as the line from Westbury joins us, the speed limit's increased to 110. I'm not sure if these trains are supposed to do 110 in diesel mode. We will get to 110 though, eventually. So we're now reaching 100 miles per hour, and just see just how long it takes to get to 110. This is one of the things that really lets the Class 800s down. Their performance on diesel mode compared to an HST is just not as good, especially with the acceleration. And of course you won't be able to get to 125 miles per hour on diesel mode in one of these, whereas you certainly can on the HST. What I'm looking out for along here now is a 100 mile per hour Morpeth board that doesn't have an AWS ramp, and so that's warning us then of the upcoming 100 mile per hour speed limit. I'm going to brake lightly as we pass that warning board. I believe at the bridge that we just crossed with the farm on the right hand side, just at the end of that left hand curve, we had around a mile to go, and indeed, yep, we've now just passing the 100 warning there, so I've just got the brakes on now to bring our speed down in time. So we're now down to 100, we're just coming up on the 100 speed post. As the speed limit drops to 100, we've got around a mile to go to an upcoming 90 mile per hour speed limit. However, I'm not going to change the speed set for now, as it's only a short section before the speed limit jumps back up to 110. So just past the 90 warning, I'm going to brake lightly now just to bring our speed down. And we're now down to 90 miles per hour. Probably braked slightly too early there, as we're just coming up on the 90 zone now. So now that we're doing 90 miles per hour, I'm going to use a low power setting just to hold our speed at around 90 until we're able to accelerate further. And the speed limit's now going back up to 100 miles per hour at this point. And the speed limit's now increasing back up to 110 miles per hour, which is the highest speed limit we will encounter until we've passed Reading Station. We're now passing some loops. Once we reach the end of these loops, we've got around 43 miles to go. I'm now idling the power at this signal, which is the second signal after the loops, due to an upcoming 100 mph speed limit. And we've just passed the warning for that, so I'm just braking lightly now to ensure that we're down to 100 in time. The speed limit has now dropped to 100. And we're now coming up on Pewsey Station with around 39.5 miles to go. I'm now idling the power as you see the mast just ahead. So it's just after a whistle post on a right hand curve. You can see the mast ahead and we're next to the canal. We've now got a 90 mph speed limit coming up, so I've just got the brakes on now to bring our speed down to 90. Again, might have slowed down a little bit too early there. The speed limit's now dropping to 90 with around a mile to go to an upcoming 80 mph speed limit. We're now passing the 80 mph speed warning, so I'm just going to cut the power back now. Now I'm just applying the brakes. I applied them a bit harder than I intended to just there. I meant to just do a very light brake application. And we're now down to 80 miles per hour in time. Again, probably a little bit too early. More because I braked too hard than anything else. We've now got an upcoming 70 mph speed limit. We did pass the warning just before the 80 post there, so I'm going to apply the brakes for the 70, entering the next right-hand curve. We're down to 70 miles per hour in time. The speed limit is now 70, with half a mile to go to an upcoming 100 mile per hour speed limit. The speed limit's now going back up to 100 miles per hour with just over 32 miles to go. We're now coming up on Bodmin station with around 30.5 miles to go. We're now passing two overbridges in quick succession that go over both the railway and the canal. At this point we've got around a mile to go to an upcoming 90 mile per hour speed limit. So I've idled the power just past the signal there, and I'm going to apply the brakes lightly in a moment. We're just passing the 90 warning now, so I'm just going to apply the brakes lightly to bring us down to 90 in time. The limit's now dropping to 90 with just over a mile to go to an upcoming 80 mile per hour speed limit, so I'm just going to coast at this point. We're now passing the 80 warning, and I'm going to apply the brakes for that just before we reach the end of this curve. The speed limit's now down to 80 miles per hour, and we've got around a mile to go to an upcoming 75 mile per hour speed limit, so I'm just going to allow the train to continue to coast at this point. We're now passing a warning for that upcoming 75 limit. I'm going to apply the brakes very lightly as we reach the next signal. So we're now down to 75, and the speed limit's also down to 75. We're now coming up on, in a moment I think we're coming up on Hungerford station with around 25 3/4 miles to go. The speed limit's now increasing back up to 90 miles per hour. And then not too far from now, the speed limit will be going back up once again to 110 miles per hour. We're now passing the 110 mile per hour speed post and Kinsbury Station. At Kinsbury Station we had around 22.5 miles to go. We're now coming up on the electrified section of the line, which will be all of the way to Paddington from here. We're approaching Newbury Station at this point, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to move the power handle back to the idle position. Now that I've done that, you need to press the N key to activate the pantograph and switch to electric mode. I'm going to switch to the outside of the train to do that now though, so you can see the pantograph joining the overhead wires. And as you've seen, we're now connected to the overhead power supply, so we can now draw power once again. And of course the train can now also use braking with the speed set as well. We're now passing Newbury Racecourse with around 16.5 miles to go, and we have a single yellow signal aspect there, so I'm going to apply the brakes quite hard to ensure that I bring our speed down quickly. At Newbury Racecourse Station, we also had around a mile to go to an upcoming 100 mph speed limit, and we just passed the warning for that just a moment ago. The speed limit is now 100 mph, so that's why I changed the speed set down there. And I'm continuing to slow down as I'm just not sure how far away the next signal is. I can now see the next signal, and it's displaying a clear green aspect, so let's go up to full power and start accelerating up towards line speed. You'll notice that the acceleration is considerably better in electric mode, and I think that the Class 800s do outperform the HST in terms of acceleration when in electric mode. It's the diesel mode where it really lets them down. We're now coming up on Thatcham Station with just under 14 miles to go. At this signal, by this very long overbridge here, we've got around a mile to go to an upcoming 95 mph speed limit. We just passed the warning for the upcoming 95 limit, so I've just dropped the speed set by 5 mph to bring our speed down. I don't normally brake using the speed set, but when it's such a small speed change, I don't mind doing it quite so much. We're now coming up on Midgham Station with around 11 miles to go. Straight after Midgham Station, the speed limit has gone back up to 100 miles per hour once again. We're now coming up on Aldermaston Station with around 9 miles to go. Once again we have a single yellow signal, so I've got the brakes on quite hard to bring our speed down. I'm not sure how far away the next signal is. I'm assuming at least a mile, but yeah, this I've got 50% brake on. That should bring our speed down quite nicely. I've now reduced the braking a bit just because we're slowing down a little bit too much now. I just want to be going slow enough that I can drive by sight, so if the signal is red I'm able to pull up and stop in time. And I can see that the signal is single yellow, so let's give us a bit of speed now, but not too much speed, probably up to about 50 miles per hour tops. In fact, not even 50. I'm going to cut off the power now around 45 and just allow the train to coast for now. We're now coming up on Thiel Station with around 5.5 miles to go. I thought that red light ahead was a signal for this track, but it turns out it isn't. It's for the track on the left there. I can now see our signal ahead is displaying a yellow aspect, so let's just give us a bit more speed, get us back up to around 40 to 45 again. It also seems that we've now changed from 3-aspect to 4-aspect signalling, as I noticed that it's a double yellow rather than a single yellow, so I can probably give us a tiny bit more speed, but again I want to drive very carefully here. So let's take us up to around 50 or so. And these signals just jumped to green, so let's accelerate once again. What I'm looking out for along here now is I'll get my words right in a second. What I'm looking out for along here now is an upcoming 60 mph speed warning, which is 3/4 of a mile from the limit itself. So we just reached that warning. I've just shut off the power at this point. If we were doing line speed, I would be braking as soon as we passed the warning post, or as soon as we reached it. So what I'm looking out for now is the next signal. I'm going to brake just before the next signal, as the speed limit comes into force just after the next signal. The line from Basingstoke is now joining us on the right hand side here. At the next signal, which is the flashing single yellow signal, we've got around half a mile to go to an upcoming 40 mph speed limit, and then there's a 30 mph speed limit almost immediately after the 40. We've just passed the warnings for the upcoming 30 and 40 limit. I've now got the brakes on to bring our speed down. We're now coming up on Reading West Station. Speed limit's now dropped to 30 for this junction. And we're now going to round a very sharp curve as we join the Great Western Main Line, which is of course the route which goes from London Paddington to Bristol. Unfortunately, I expected a bit of lag as we approach Reading. There's a lot of trains on this section. In fact, there's more AI trains between Reading and Paddington than the rest of the journey combined. It's a very busy section of track for sure. Where we don't have anything to represent Crossrail trains, I've simply replaced them with Great Western Railway Class 387s. The speed limit has now increased to 40 miles per hour. And at the signal that we just passed, if it is showing a single yellow aspect, then we are cleared into Reading Station. So I didn't see any point in accelerating up to 40 as we were so close to Reading. I've now shut off the power. I just applied the brakes actually when I didn't mean to. Now going to apply the brakes entering the platform. It is a very long platform here at Reading. And here at Reading I want to stop just beyond the end of the platform roof. So if I stop by the platform signs on the right hand side there, we should now be stopping in just about the right place. As we depart away from Reading, the speed limit has gone up to 50 miles per hour, with just under 36 miles to go to the next and final stop, which is London Paddington. Now that we've crossed over onto the fast line here, the speed limit's going up to 60 miles per hour, so I'm just going to accelerate to that at this upcoming signal. The speed limit is now further increasing to 95 miles per hour, and I'll accelerate towards that as we reach the crossover points just coming up. And now finally we're able to accelerate to the maximum permitted speed for this train of 125 miles per hour as we just passed the 125 mile per hour speed post there, and we'll be able to do 125 almost all of the way to Paddington until just east of Ealing Broadway station. Now passing Twyford station with around 31 miles to go. Now finally managed to reach 125 miles per hour, and it's certainly nice to be able to drive at a higher speed than any other part of the journey. I just wish there were more 125 sections on this route. Alas, with using diesel mode and with the speed limits as they are, yeah, it's just the last 36 miles to London. where we're able to do this speed. Of course, if we were travelling to Bristol, then we could do 125 miles per hour. I think it's as far as Chippenham. And if we were travelling towards Cardiff, then we could do it at least, well, as far as Bristol Parkway. We're now coming up on Maidenhead Station with around 24 miles to go. Coming up on Taplow Station. Passing Burnham Station. Now coming up on Slough Station with around 18.5 miles to go. We're now passing Langley Station. Passing Ivor Station. Double yellow signal there. Normally I would brake as soon as I see it, but I didn't actually notice it until quite late. Due to the high speed that we're going at, I'm going to be braking very hard, so I have gone up to very hard brake force for a moment. I'll cut it back slightly now, but I want to make sure that we can slow down in time for that red. We're now coming up on West Drayton Station with around 13 miles to go. Yeah, if you think when you're doing 125 miles an hour, you're doing around a mile every 29 seconds or so. So if you hit a double yellow signal, even if you've got 2 miles until that red, you're only 58 seconds from that red signal. Obviously that time will increase as your speed decreases. But just a perspective to try and look at it as to why you need to make sure that you're braking hard if you're doing 125 and you encounter a double yellow. The line from Heathrow Airport is now joining us in between the relief lines on the left and the main lines that we're on. So that's of course used by Heathrow Express and Heathrow Connect services. Heathrow Express used to be operated by Class 332s, it's now been changed to Class 387s. Personally I prefer Class 332s, but at least I do have something to represent Heathrow Express services now, which I didn't in the past when doing journeys along this route. We're now coming up on Hayes and Harlington Station with just under 11 miles to go. And I can see that our signal's now green, so I've gone straight back up to full power to start accelerating once again. We're now coming up on Southall Station with around 9 miles to go. Unfortunately, the section between Reading and Paddington, as you've probably noticed, is a lot more laggy. There's a lot more for the game to load up, and that's the reason for that. Also, the increased AI traffic along here. We're now coming up on Hanwell Station with around 7¼ miles to go. Coming up on West Ealing Station, where the Greenford branch joins us from the left, and at this point we've got around 7¼ miles to go. At this signal just here between West Ealing Station and Ealing Broadway Station, we've got 1¼ miles to go to an upcoming 100-mile/hour speed limit. So I've just shut off the power now to allow the train to coast. And now I'm just going to apply the brakes as we pass through Ealing Broadway Station to ensure that we are down to 100 miles/hour in time. At Ealing Broadway Station that we just passed through, we had around 5½ miles to go. Just past the 100-mile/hour speed post, and we've got a double yellow signal, so I've now got the brakes on to slow us down again. I set it so that we're following a slightly delayed service from Cheltenham, which departed Reading about 3 minutes before we did, and so that's what's been giving us some adverse signals along this section. We're now passing Acton Mainline Station with around 4¼ miles to go. On the right hand side here is North Pole Depot, and on the left hand side is the now closed Old Oak Common Depot, which has been closed to make way for the new High Speed 2 routes. So at the signal that we just passed by North Pole Depot here, we had around 1¼ miles to go to an upcoming 50-mile/hour speed limit. If we were doing line speed at this point, I would be applying the brakes for the upcoming 50 limit just before this girder overbridge here. So we've got a flashing single yellow indicating that we're taking a diverging route to the left. We're going to be following track number 3 towards Paddington, as I saw that that's the route that we're supposed to be taking according to the timetable. I see our signal has now cleared to green. The speed limit will be dropping to 50 very shortly, so I'm not going to be accelerating at this point. In fact, we've just reached that 50 post. Might have entered the zone at 51. So as we crossed the junction there, we had just under a mile to go to an upcoming 40 mph speed limit. We're now passing a warning for the upcoming 40 limit, which is around a quarter of a mile from the limit itself. I can now see that our next signal, track number 3 signal, so it's the third one from the right, is showing a yellow aspect, so we won't need to stop there. And the 40 mph speed limit comes into force at the signal. I'm just going to be driving a bit below the speed limit due to the adverse signals that we're getting here. Now if the next signal is clear after the girder overbridge that you can see coming up in the distance, then we are cleared into Paddington Station. And I can now see that it's clear, so let's give us a bit of speed. So I don't know if it's correct or not, because I find it quite surprising that into Paddington Station the speed limit's 40 mph with no further drops in the speed limit. Now I'm going to brake to slow down. I'm certainly not going to be entering the platform at 40 because that's definitely unrealistic. Just to mention, on the left hand side is the London Underground, Hammersmith and City line. Yeah, I'm not sure that the points that we just crossed are really suitable for 40 mph either. So I brought us down to 30, but I'm just going to bring us down a bit more as we get closer to the platform here. And I don't really want to enter the platform at any faster than around 10 mph. I say that as I entered the platform at 15, but that's okay, I was slowing down quite nicely there. 15's probably not unreasonable. But approaching dead-end platforms, I tend to enter the platform at as close to 10 mph as I can. Just to our left, you can see the train that's been slowing us down between Reading, well, really between West Drayton and Paddington, which is a 5-car Class 802. So I want to stop here just after the buffer stops disappear. You can see there's a little stop marker there on the left hand side. So just pull up a little bit further. and we should now be stopped in just about the right place. And so here we are, arrival at London Paddington, around 5 hours and just over 300 miles from Penzance. So if you got this far, then I just wanted to say thank you very, very much for watching this video. I've certainly put a lot of time and effort into preparing for this, into the recording, and I will also put it into the editing as well. If you want to find out the latest channel updates, then please visit PTG Rail on Facebook with the link to that in the video description, but you can also just visit facebook.com/PTG Rail. If you would like to donate to this channel or sponsor what I do, which helps me to purchase more DLC and make a wider range of videos, then please visit my Patreon page for further information with the link to my Patreon also in the video description, but you can also just visit patreon.com/PTG Rail. And finally, if you're interested in my travel or wildlife photography, then please check out PTG Travelling on Instagram, and again I will put the link to that in the video description. Once again, thank you for watching.